Hello, hello, legends. How is everyone doing today? Let's get it going. Good morning, Cali Compiler. Good morning, Darren Mitchell. Good morning, Grigor. 5 minutes advice. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing today? Good morning, sir. Lionel, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Looks like you are all set to rock the market. I'm comfy. I am ready to go. I'm ready to go, legends. We are back in business. Bitcoin is doing its thing, and I still think that what we're seeing here today is a little bit more of a corrective move down rather than impulsive. So what this means is when you get choppy downside price action, the probabilities still don't favor lower based on this price action. And we'll talk about it in today's live stream. Mate, I was wondering to ask about the bluffing competition. What happened? Sky Q90. Guys, the bluffing competition was a couple months ago, and I'm sure as most of you know, we ended up winning that competition. So we have some members that made thousands of dollars in prizes from that trading competition alone. So if you guys want to partake in future competitions and you want to trade with me, guys, remember you do have the first link in the description down below for the community, but also Bluffin is right here. Bluffin is my go-to exchange, and they have these kinds of promotions often. So I would recommend you join and make it your own crypto exchange. So right now, something that's very interesting to point out is this is pretty choppy. This kind of price action does not tell me with certainty that 65K was the local top. This is not, it's hard to come to that conclusion based on what we've been seeing with these 4-hour candles. On the daily, yes, still lower high and lower low. But you could see it's just like a slow grind to the upside. Just a slow grind. So there's a lot of ways that this can play out. On the daily time frame, like the more we zoom out, the more clear it is that we are respecting the lower highs and we're creating lower lows. But this doesn't scream impulse to me yet, which is why I'm still leaning for a little bit higher. We've had multiple tests of these key confluence zones. We've managed to hold above the uptrending anchored VWAP. And to me at least, this suggests that we can hold on here. Now, it would be very nice to see Bitcoin back above its value area high. You can see how perfectly we react to these levels. Stock market opens in 50 minutes from now. So around 3 months out, there's millions of upside liquidity. Bitcoin will hit 60K by next week. Guys, it's entirely possible, right? But there is a lot of upside liquidity. This is something that I never ignore. And I would love to see Bitcoin get a push higher towards that upside liquidity. We rarely let tons of shorts get away with it, if you know what I mean. Half a year liquidity map suggests that there is almost 20 billion worth of upside liquidity. However, the biggest cluster is right at around 67K. So I'd keep my eyes on this first and foremost. Thoughts on oil? Okay. That should do it. All right. So, when you look at Bitcoin here, the thing to consider is this looks very, very corrective to the downside. To me, at least. Like, this does not scream, when you get this kind of push up to 65K and then a drop, this does not scream dump from this region. So it's not easy price action to trade, especially if you're a swing trader like I am. We'll take a look at oil. Generally though, if Bitcoin is to correct, you would expect oil to go up. Hey Matsir, if everyone believes that in the previous bear markets August and September will be red, then will they use the same script? They would do the opposite, right? Well, I would push back on that, because we actually have a lot of people now at this point that are very bullish. So yes, within the community here, we've been talking about a summer relief rally, which, legends, we have gotten a summer relief rally where we entered at 58K within my community, being an inverse signal. He's had a very good call on Solana in the last bear market, and I disagree with his analysis here. Signs at the bottom being in. Price stops going down on bad news. Crypto native mobile apps start picking up for real traction. Devs experimenting on chain. Mainstream news cycle. Holder count on most popular on-chain coins steadily increasing. On-chain coins printing a subsequent higher high after first. Like, these are all valuable things to pay attention to, of course. But everything suggests, from my side, that we can go lower. The data that I have available suggests that we can go lower. Now, the real question is, how much higher can we go first? Because that's what I'm keeping my eyes on. No audio, guys. Are you guys sure? So basically, I think this is going to be a patience game. I think if you want to do intraday scalps, you can. But you should not be risking too much capital on these positions in the markets, because I think that ultimately a big move will occur, and the question is, when will it occur? And that's what we're trying to find out here, because I want to partake in the big moves that the market has to offer. Right? That's what I do as a swing trader. Check this out. We haven't spoken about this in a while, but this is the social risk. And if you take a look at the social risk, we're still creating lower highs and lower lows. Could this be a change here, right here? Maybe, but ultimately I still think this bleeds lower. Someone said hype is dumping. Back test. Oh, check this out, guys. We are back testing the anchored VWAP now. Perfect rejection almost. Remember what we discussed with these VWAPs and how important they are in the market? We are now back testing the uptrending anchored VWAP taken from this pivot over here. So this might suggest that hype wants to go lower. Perfect rejection. All right, let's go through some comment sections. Someone says, I still can't hear anything. I think you need to refresh your stream, my man. Good morning, legends. Good morning, JC5499. Good morning, Rhino Bull. Good morning, Jean Rock Fitness. Def lagging, says Pam Motorsport. Okay. Let's do a poll today. Let's do a poll today. I was gonna say up or down. That's real technical, isn't it? What prices do we like, guys? I think what's interesting here is making the case for a push back above 65 or 64. Let's keep it nice and tight. Any thoughts on Tucker? No thoughts on Tucker. Don't even know what that is. What comes next? 65K or 64K? You know, guys, how many times have you heard me say, not taking a trade is taking a trade? That is your trade. I think that a lot of people constantly need to be in a position. And if you're in my community or you've been watching me for a long time, trading crypto, you know that I am completely against that. Hi Matsur, had a query about my dream, becoming a self-employed full-time trader. Wondering if you could help with the question I had. Yeah, go ahead. What is your question, my man? And keep in mind, if you guys are asking me about how to become a full-time trader, I'm probably going to give you the most boring answer, but it's probably the answer that you need to hear. But let's hear your question, my man. Let me know. Guys, the stock market opens in approximately 35 minutes. We are still in the big Bitcoin short. We are still in the Tau short. We are still in the Bitcoin short from $66,800. We are still in the Bitcoin short from $81,500. And I am, of course, still in my Bitcoin long from 58K. All of these trades were shared within the community legends. If you want to join the community and see how I've been trading the crypto markets, even in these shitty market conditions where sometimes I just don't do anything and I hold my positions, you want to see how I do it, first link in the description down below. And if you especially are a swing trader and you like to hold your positions in the market and you have a little bit more capital, I would say that my group is probably good for you. Okay. Very true, Matsir, but not many people can swing with your portfolio size. True, but I will say, legends, in my community, there's a lot of people that have bigger portfolios than I do. So it's to each their own. And I know if you want to build up your capital, then scalping around is a good way to do it, but just don't take on too much risk because this is not great price action. Okay, so GK Fueled asks, save 50K and continue paper trading. 2, get funded and stay at a job. 3, quit job. 4, after 4 months of profitability, take the risk. I mean, I don't think paper trading makes sense. Even if, guys, you have $2 to your name, I still think, like $2 ready to be allocated to trading, I still think you should be using the limited amount of capital that you may or may not have to actually trade with. I'd never recommend paper trading. I find that paper trading gives you this false sense of, wow, I'm really doing it. But the only time that you can actually know for sure if you're developing as a trader is if you're using real capital and you understand the risk that you're taking. It's not, in my opinion at least, this is just my opinion, and remember, nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. But paper trading, in my opinion, is a surefire way to get wrecked once you get into real trading, if you know yourself. That's at least how I feel about it. You get this false sense of confidence, and without skin in the game, exactly, it's tough to conquer emotions. And the other thing that you asked, GK Fueled, about 4 months of profitability and take that risk, I don't know about that, because I maintained I would say that you want to be profitable for a little bit longer. It's also a completely different stress if you're no longer working your job. That's something that you have to contend with, because 1, don't paper trade. 2, if you leave your job and you need to make it trading, it adds way more stress. So I would wait much longer than that, to be honest. My pleasure. Stock market opens in 30 minutes from now, legends. Let's look at some local scenarios here. Let's look at some local scenarios. This looks okay so long as we hold above here. Remember how we discussed when Bitcoin was up here that I would like to see a long, I would like to get into a new long at 60 all the way up to 61K? That still holds true, guys. That still holds true. The reason, value area low of this existing range, a lot of downside liquidity to be grabbed all the way down to that level. Plus, for those of you that like the fibs, check that out. I like it. I like it. Talk about a high confluence zone. Golden pocket right at the value area low. Good morning, 2019 Marty. Sorry your message got blocked. Guten Morgen. Short gold. Gold's been on a bit of a ripper, eh? I'm still short but de-risked. Legends. I am net short. I had a community member that asked me the other day, hey man, like I am more net long in this market. What should I do? And my immediate response was, why be net long in a market that has been bearish? Bearish. Look at this structure, guys. When in doubt, zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. And to me, this is still bearish. I would like to see us push on higher. I really would. And that would allow me to add to my existing shorts. But if you look at all my positions in this market, and remember, all these positions were shared within my community. Every single position that I take in the market is shared within my community. So, number one, Bitcoin shorts. I'm up around 600K on this trade. This is the trade that you guys have heard me talk about time and time again because I hold the position, I add to the position when we reach those local tops in the bear market, and then I take profits on the way down. And I plan to do it one last time. My Tau short position, this one is up over $100,000. Bitcoin short position down here, entry 81.5K. I will probably add to this position. And my Bitcoin long from 58K. Then I have one more here, Bitcoin short, $66,800. Every single trade that you're seeing here was publicly shared within the community. If you guys are serious traders and you want to see how I've been trading this market, how I somehow seem relatively chill when price is chopping around, well, it's because I hold these positions in the market. That's how I can afford to be chill. I would recommend that you join the community. If you DM me the keyword BTC, which is Bitcoin's ticker, you're able to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. And you trade with your own money. You're not trading, you're not paying a monthly membership. You trade with your own capital. Most members choose Bluffin to join the group, which is what I would recommend. But we have other options down below. If you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, we can transfer you under my referral and you don't need to make a new trading account. That's how I'm able to stay chill in this market, because of the positions that I currently have. To be perfectly honest with you guys, sometimes I even debate whether or not, like why am I making a video today? Why am I making a live stream today? It's to try to help you guys as much as possible, but really, legends, really, I am pretty damn chill in this market. And that's how you want to be as a trader. That's how you want to be. So I'm not, the culture of always being stressed trading the crypto market is not a culture that I want to partake in. That's not how I am. I live my life and I trade. I don't trade as the number one thing which could potentially ruin your life. I don't know if that makes sense. I work, what's the saying? I work the trading into my life. I don't work my life into my trading. So if you're someone with serious capital and you want to be a swing trader, I genuinely think that my community could be extremely helpful for you, just so you can see how I operate in this market. I like 2-bit though. BitUnix has best UX, but not much TradFi. The only thing with BitUnix, guys, is it was not operating super well during the 10 out of 10 liquidation event. So that's why I choose Bluffin. I prefer Bluffin. It's my go-to. Matt is just a chill guy. Jose John, I am just a chill guy. Legends. A lot of people are just always stressed when they're trading, and that's not how you want to be. It's not a good look. So we're dumping a little bit here. Dumping before US stock market open usually means that I might look for a long. Gold is dumping a little bit. Legends, who is still here? Who is still here? I think a lot of people are giving up on crypto. I feel like less is more with trading sometimes. It's really easy to get tunnel vision staring at the charts too much. I completely agree. I completely agree. Someone asked about SpaceX. Woof. Dumpy dumpy. Jessica is here. Alejandro is still here. Rhino Bull says it's the best time to lock in. I agree. Legends, I genuinely think that if Bitcoin makes a new low this bear market, most people will be devastated. And right now you can see it on the channel, Legends. I am pretty consistent with the content, with doing these live streams, trying to help you guys out. And several weeks ago, I think the average viewer on my live stream was like 400. Now we're sitting at half of that, 200. And I think people are just leaving the crypto space. Hey Matt, how critical is the RSI divergence to you for example, on Bitcoin Weekly? I have to keep it real with you. I hardly look at RSI. Not relevant to me. I don't need to use it. August is still green. And we're back in the range that we were in for a few days. Awesome. Mikal says he's here now. Good day, everyone. Yes, I miss you, bro. Seems like it, especially after the recent hackings, they will probably be moving away from Bitcoin. Tayyib, not me, I'm here in all your streams, man. Grind up, slam down. I don't think some of you guys understood what I meant when I said Bitcoin relief rallies are ugly, are choppy to the upside. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this. Come on. What is that? And we could very well just form another higher low here and keep on pushing up. Dun, 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 dun. Hey Matt, could you explain isolated combined and isolated separate on weeks? Also, does weeks have a hedge mode or is it only on bluffing? Yeah, weeks has a hedge mode as well, guys. Isolated combined, isolated separate. Honestly, I'm in cross. You can see here I'm cross combined, right? And yes, weeks does have hedge because look, these are my weeks positions, guys. I have a Bitcoin short, which you can see is the red here, and then I have a Bitcoin long. So yeah, you can take both sides of the market on weeks as well. My go-to trading platform is Bluffin, where you can get 25% off your fees. You could see it down below here. I know that a lot of you have been trading crypto for a while, especially if you're still tuning in, but I would recommend making the move to Bluffin because here's a proper reason why. One, it's my go-to exchange. You know people promote exchanges all the time. But two, I trust them with a good amount of capital. Three, best bonuses in the industry are with my link, and you can actually get even more. You can get 30% off your fees if you join through my community link. And the other thing, and this is only for those of you that are actually trading with these links down below, you can use Mind Pillar Markets, which is the analytical tool that I use to make more informed decisions in the market. You guys have seen me time and time again talk about these metrics that I use to invest in Bitcoin long term and to also make more informed trading decisions. So we're approaching the previous day value area low right now. This is the footprint chart. We also have CVD, which we've covered on the channel at length. On the 15-minute, we could consider some potential bullish divergence. So all of these tools, guys, you get access to on Mind Pillar only if you're trading with me. So I would recommend that you make this your go-to trading platform. Stock market opens in 12 minutes. I think I need to have a little bit more of a delay from when I wake up to when I start the live stream because I already feel like I have more energy now, but you guys saw me you guys saw me at the beginning of this stream and you were saying, man, you look tired. Genuinely, within 30 minutes of waking up, I jumped on the stream and I just finished my first coffee. So I need a little bit more of a gap, I think. My bot loves this price action. I'm not trading this horror. Yo, big dog. Dave Chappelle was hilarious going again tonight. My man. Yeah, he's great. We missed you a lot, bro. Macau 20. Waiting almost like a sleepy crocodile. It's approaching the VWAP from the low. Is it? Guys, the VWAP from the low is at 63.5, which we did manage to turn as support. Coffee saves lives, says Cali Compiler. I love it. And if you think that my 3 to 7 hour streams are crazy now, just wait for the bull market, guys. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. But if you want to keep on taking advantage of this bear market, making money on the way down, and trying to also play the local bounces, remember, you have the first link in the description down below if you'd like to join. I also have this bot here. Same thing. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you're able to join. I still have to film that tutorial though. Any short-term Bitcoin levels we should watch for now? So, honestly, I like the point of control, which is right here, because we've proven it as support so far. So it tested as resistance. Then we came down and tested the anchored VWAP taken from the low. So we broke below it, tested the point of control, held on to the anchored VWAP, and then had to move up. So if Bitcoin is to come back down here at around 63.9, that's interesting. Alternatively, if we're gonna form a higher low here, locally, you would want to see us reclaim 64.4. And the more I zoom out, the more you'll understand why. On the 4 hour, you can see that we've had multiple wicks above the level. We finally broke through, and now we're coming back down. So you would like to see Bitcoin actually get a move up here for potential continuation higher. Otherwise we have a pretty big confluence zone between the uptrending anchored VWAP and the 200-week moving average, which is this dark blue line. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. But my interest, you guys know I took a swing long at 58K within my community. That's been talked about enough. But I really, really do like if we're fortunate enough to get it, I would have a long attempt down here in this zone between 60 up to, call it 61, because it's the value area low of this range that we've been in since June. Plus, we also have the fact that if we take a fib from the low of the bear market so far, oops. All the way to the high, what does this show you? The golden pocket. So as a swing trader, this is interesting. Dun, dun. All right, the energy is up. What are your thoughts, legends? Do you think, because there is a chance that the relief rally is over, and reminder, I will just milk the profits on the way down if that's the case. But I'm gonna ask you guys, because I think we'll say that we hit 64K, basically. Let's do a new poll. And this is an interesting one. Is the summer relief rally over for BTC? Because there is a chance that it's over. I would like to see us test higher. I really would. But will we get higher is the question. Dun, 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 dun. Stock market opens in 5 minutes. There is no right or wrong answer here, guys. There is no right or wrong answer. We have seen historically that Bitcoin can actually could have topped out already. But we have also seen historically that Bitcoin still can get another week or two of bullish price action. So there is no right or wrong answer. Let me know your thoughts. Leave a vote down below. Is the summer relief rally over for Bitcoin? Any thoughts on Zcash? I think this goes lower in the bear market. Stock market opens in 3 minutes. Bruh, the slurps are killing my headphones. My man, sorry. Yo, Matt, how you feeling? Just came back from Dubai to fix some things. My man. I would like to see us squeeze some shorts. This might sound counterintuitive to some of you. This might sound counterintuitive, but if I could have my way, this small short that I entered on BTCC, where I made $15,000 in profit and I'm still holding this position, this one, genuinely, I would love to get stopped out at break even because I would want to see Bitcoin push to 67K. That would be fantastic. Then I would add to my other positions. So let's see. But it was an epic short, guys. I mean, this is what I say. This is what I mean when I say I'm patient. I took a short right here. Like, you couldn't have got a more perfect entry, and that was shared within the community as well. I could have managed the position a little bit better, obviously, but happy with the overall entry on the shorts. Right at that downtrending anchored VWAP from the last pivot. Hey Matt, do you think the Clarity Act will pass in the next 2 days? No, I don't. Mainly because the US Senate schedule for today does not include the Clarity Act. Tomorrow, we might have a little live stream if there is some kind of voting for Clarity Act. But if you look at the Polymarket Clarity Act, there's a 17% chance. So over the past few days, we've dropped from 27 down to 17% chance. This has $5 million in volume, so not very good odds. Stock market is open. The stock market is open, legends. One could also make the case that we are now back testing this trend line. Legends, if you ask me about an altcoin, before you ask me about an altcoin on the stream, please measure it against Bitcoin. I see this. Any thoughts on CODI? It is going higher when Bitcoin is down or overall crypto is red. Please look at the higher time frames of these coins. I've said it once, I will say it again. Don't ask me about an altcoin if it looks like this against Bitcoin. I guess they don't have the pair, do they? This chart is kind of messed up, but you get the points. Always measure your altcoin against Bitcoin. This is XRP against Bitcoin, down. Let's see if we get a higher low here. Dun, dun. Mm. Mhm. Nice bounce for now. Let's see if we can form a higher low here. If you ask the same question 3 times in a row, I have to put you in timeout. But to answer your question, the higher low could actually come from here. Can you see a chance of Bitcoin crash on Friday if the Clarity Act is delayed? I mean, guys, yes and no, because look, there's only a 17% chance that it's signed into law. So it's not like this would be a surprise. This isn't a surprise to the markets. I think this is largely priced in. I think if we go lower, people will try to attribute a narrative as to why we're going lower, but the price action always comes first. Remember what we discussed yesterday. Remember, guys, in 2018, this would be the worst case from my perspective, because it would be so damn boring if we got this. Check it out. Something like this, where Bitcoin creates a local top wherever it might be for the summer relief rally, and then we slowly drop, but we go sideways for almost 3 months. Over 3 months. Oh my gosh. Over 3 months. Almost 4 months. Oh man, imagine if that happened. Holy smokes. That would be terrible. But we have to understand that it is possible. As traders, you have to understand that these things are indeed possible. Thanks for checking, Matt, on Koti. Will you invest in any alts like Solana when they are 90 to 95% down from the peaks? My thing with investing in altcoins is they better outperform Bitcoin. If you invested in an altcoin and it did not outperform Bitcoin, then you wasted your time because you took on more risk for less return. I've been banging on this drum forever, and that's why for well over a year now, I've been telling you guys to not touch altcoins, but only now people are starting to listen when altcoins are already very, very down, right? So Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I'm going to look to trade this market that is right in front of me. I'm going to take advantage of the price action that we have, and any trades that I take are always shared within my community. I know you see me with this Bitcoin long from the lows at 58K, but I still have to remind you that overall, I am net short in this market because I am expecting Bitcoin to go lower. I would like to see Bitcoin push up higher so I can, one, take some more profits from my long, and two, add to my existing shorts. I do this simultaneously and make money in both directions. If you want to see how I've been trading the market and what I've been doing over the course of this bear market, making tons of profits on the way down, at least that's what I've been doing, I share all my trades publicly in my community. So DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You do what you want to do with your own money. The community is not a paid monthly membership. That's not how it works. It's a community where you trade with your own capital. And to sign up, you basically have to just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you start trading on any of these exchanges and you're good to go. Now, the cool thing with these exchanges is not only do I personally use them, but you also get access to MindPillar, which is basically the tool that I use to be a better trader and a better crypto investor. And I think you guys would enjoy this tool. You get the top tier access if you're trading with me. What did we discuss at the beginning of the stream, guys? If Bitcoin can manage to hold above here, it would be pretty interesting. Let's see now. This is where we could potentially be forming a higher low. Just share the trade with us today. I don't think this guy understands. If there's a scalp to be taken on stream, I will take it. But I just told you guys that this could potentially form a higher low here. And my big swing trades, which this is not a region for big swing trades, are always shared within the community. I have a hunch that the market makers crashes Bitcoin now without a relief rally because it would be too easy to just wait for the rally high, as we have repeated this for multiple times this bear market. That's fair, but we've done that in previous bear markets too, right? So one way that the market makers can toy with everyone is just this continuous chop to the upside, because on this chop to the upside, a lot of liquidity to the downside is being built. And the shorts get more and more worried that their position gets stopped out as Bitcoin just does this until eventually, boom. That's what we saw in the previous range. And I don't think that it is impossible for Bitcoin to do something similar, which is basically slow, choppy upside price action until eventually we slowly roll over and boom. Staircase up, elevator down. Awesome music. Thanks, my man. Why did XRP go down? Because XRP is a shitcoin. That is why. I have to commend all of you guys for still being in the crypto space now, because it's the people that pay attention now when the price action is very boring that end up making the most money in the bull market. That's always how it works. Most people will just give up. If Bitcoin just continuously chops around, I think most people will simply just give up. It's too much for people. It's not enough dopamine. There's not enough meme coins. But if you're a serious trader and you want to make money in this market, this is the market to do it. The best opportunities will come for investors, serious investors. I firmly believe that to be true. Hey fam, how are we doing? Sick flag, hello. Matt, I always hear market makers, but who are they exactly? Exchanges or people like CZ? Both. UTOP. I mean, history would suggest that it could be between September to November. However, I'm not going to pick a certain month because I'd rather just see the price action. The price action will tell me whether or not it's time, not the month. Thanks for not using YouTube ads. I mean, that's my pleasure. A lot of you were asking me why I don't have YouTube ads. It's because I don't need the money from YouTube ads. It's not necessary. I also don't have a paid community. My community is a community where, yes, you have to sign up with the exchange links below, but aside from that, you're not paying me to join my community. You're trading with your own capital on any of these platforms. And if that's too much to ask for you to join the community where I share all of my own personal trades in this market, then you don't need to join, right? But don't get angry if I come on the channel and I talk about the trades that I've taken. That's how I'm gonna keep it structured, to be honest. Hi, what about Cash Cat been pumping a while like Bitcoin and shorting Cash Cat? Cash Cat. Guys, what the hell is Cash Cat? Is this a thing? Are we seriously talking about Cash Cat? I mean, I like how you said you're shorting it. That makes me happy. Cash short. Cash Cat. Like, what the hell is this? Cash Cat. I don't need YouTube ads revenue is the 2026 version of I have FU money. I mean, I trade the market, guys. Some of you, I think some of you follow the wrong people on social media. Let's just put it like that. What support would have to break for you to think that Bitcoin relief rally is over? And then Sick Flag says 62.5. I actually disagree. Because the key confluence zone that I'm seeing here, if Bitcoin were to break lower, would be down here, which is actually at between 60 and 61. And if you're just jumping into the stream now, the reason why this level is important is because it's the value area low of this range. And it's also the golden pocket taken from the low to the local high here. So this is a pretty big confluence zone, along with some pretty heavy liquidity clusters would be targeted if we tap into those levels. We're talking billions and billions and billions. So, you know, that's what I'm looking at. But right now we are making the case for a higher low again. Are we working on a CBM shitcoin for alt season? I promise you, legends, I will not launch a CBM shitcoin. That's why we are here. I love that view, Matt. Thanks for keeping us grounded. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. So is the community in the YouTube channel going to be some sort of distribution network for something in the future? It may very well be, but for now, it's just literally the community is me sharing my own trades. That's what it is. And there's two sides to it, right? I'm going to keep it real with you. Off the grid, good morning, my man. There's two sides to it. There's one side where I think that people that are trading with a little bit more capital have really been enjoying my community because I only really take like pretty decent swing trades in the market. It's the ones you're seeing on screen here. But then there's people that join with a very limited amount of capital. And I think they get insights as to how I think from a swing trading perspective. But unfortunately, because I'm not taking a ton of different scalps, because that's not my trading style, they end up taking a little bit more risk on some trades. And that's something that I advocate against, but it's really tricky to navigate. What I mean by this, for example, is, you know, I'm very honest with you when you ask something like this. Is $200 too small to trade in the group? That's all I have. The answer is yes, it is too small to join a group like mine, because it's a group where I share swing trades, right? I don't think that this is enough to be able to justify joining my group, which is why I recommend building up your capital before joining. A lot of people just want as many people as possible in their groups, but we're probably going to start having a little bit of a stricter filter to join my group. And we're probably going to start having limited spots as well. Because I want to make sure that I'm providing value to the right people. Oops. Hey, you guys see this background here that sometimes comes up? This is my friend and I taken in Dubai. We were in the desert. Thought it was a pretty sick background picture. All right, so Bitcoin is pumping, which is very, very nice to see. We're holding up well. This price action did look corrective, and this is why I'm speculating on a bounce here. It's Will Anderson. Matt, is there a way you can track your win rate? Yes, you can. So you can do it on Bluffin, but you can also do it on across other exchanges. The thing is, though, I would say that three months ago, my win rate was closer to 70%. And then recently, because I took a couple of losses in a row, my win rate got closer to 50%. But what I will say is win rate is not what matters. It's the actual profit that you come out of, that you come out with. So for example, you'll see me sometimes take 20K loss, 30K loss, but then I have a 100K profit. And this adds up over time. This is why someone in the last live stream also mentioned, hey man, I have a 30% win rate, but I'm still profitable. And that's the most important thing. It's just about being profitable, right? Some people are obsessed with, I want a bunch of different trades and an 80% win rate. Of course, if you can do that, great. But I tend to have bigger trades that end up paying me dividends for several months. Sometimes I have a trade that, like for example, this Bitcoin short trade it's paid me for the year. I can't complain with 600K profit. And this allows me to be comfortable with some losses along the way as well. I didn't get to download Telegram yesterday. Is your private group free? Give me the details. Yes, so we've talked about this before, guys. My private group is not a paid community. It is not a monthly membership. It is a community where you do trade with your own capital as long as you're trading with any of these exchanges down below. So if you're already trading on Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral on there and you can keep your account as is and you just continue trading. BTCC, same scenario, but if you want to join on Bluffin, Weeks, or 2Bit, you have to create a new account. We have some of the best bonuses in the industry, and then you get access to my community as well after you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you get access to MindPillar, the premium version of MindPillar, which is what I use to trade and analyze the market from an investment standpoint. So like my spot accumulation will be based on the data that I'm getting here as well. Cash cap potential drip, 70% Bitcoin potential drop, maybe, yeah. You ever been in Forex? I don't, see this is the thing, I don't need to dabble into Forex because I've had enough success in crypto. ABCD. If you think that Bitcoin should have a red August, if you think that Bitcoin should have a red, where are you? Where is it? When do you think it will trigger the move to the downside? Towards the end of August, middle of August? So probably middle, because we've seen that previously. Now, past patterns and previous bear markets don't guarantee that things have to play out exactly the same. But my expectation, if you've been tuning into the channel, has been the top of the relief rally will be sometime between end of July to middle of August, the summer relief rally. And that's why we took a short at $66,800, because that could very well be the top. There's a chance that we don't go back up there. It's possible, guys. I can't give you guys information based on your location, but there should be some exchanges down below that work for you. I know a lot of people like using Kraken recently, and they've already had Kraken accounts, so this could be a good option. But my go-to exchange is Bluffin. Just letting you guys know. Maples 1995. I like how you're consistent and data driven despite the volatility in the market. Goes to show your level of experience. Thanks, mate. Yeah, I mean, also being a swing trader helps with that because, you know, you guys probably watch some live streamers that are on the 5-minute chart and they freak out. Like, it's like, oh my God, what's going on? So much volatility. But legends, the more you zoom out, the more you see that, like, really? Bitcoin has been between 67K to 50. We've been in a $10,000 range since the beginning of June, basically. That's not that much volatility, to be honest. I've seen worse. So it really depends on how you view the market. Is there a level you're watching that could invalidate your thesis for another leg lower? I'll tell you what, guys. Realistically, that's a good question. Realistically, if we look at prior bear markets, Bitcoin has never consistently maintained above its 200-day moving average without the bull market being back on. So what this looks like, because you could see we just struggle to stay right below it. We stay right below it. We get rejected when we pump into it. You can see here in 2018, we reject, stay below it, stay below the bull market support band. And once we cross it and get multiple weekly closes above the level, it's game on. It's game on. So, to answer your question very simply, my invalidation would probably be multiple weekly closes above the 200-day moving average. Realistically, it should be up here, just keeping it real with you, $82,500, but no one wants to wait that long. So I would say if we actually get consistent closes, call it 3 weekly candles above $70,500 or above just the 200-day moving average, because this will continue to drop as Bitcoin stays below it. That's enough for me, to be honest. So I hope that answered your question. Hey, good morning, Matsir, 33 Ethereum. Good morning. My default is the 3-minute chart. I see a lot of volatility there. Volatility has been mild for a while now. Yeah, I think we're seeing more time-based capitulation rather than price-based capitulation. For now. Thanks, Gemagov. Appreciate you. In my view, most people are bearish here. I would not be surprised for us to melt upwards to hit the 200-day moving average, make everyone FOMO in on that move, then nuke it. Look, we've seen it before and it is entirely possible, but what I will say is 2 things. One, I don't think that everyone is bearish here. I do think there are some people that are bearish. 2, in bear markets, sometimes we don't get the perfect retests that we're looking for. So we either usually overhit a little bit or we miss it ever so slightly. And I'll talk about the previous scenarios. And 3, I don't think we will melt up to the 200-day moving average. Usually, bear markets are categorized by choppy price action to the upside. It's not like we explode. So, for example, here you can see that we actually overshot the 200-day moving average, and we popped above it, had a weekly close actually above it, and then we just dropped immediately. So we overshot it. If you go back to 2018, what actually happened was we did make it all the way there to the 200-day moving average. And instead of just nuking, we had very, very boring price action. So we had 2 weeks of down and then another pop up and then a down, up, up, up. This is 3 months of boring price action. Then we dropped. So I do think we nuke after, probably. But in 2022, this is a perfect example of something that could happen. In 2022, we had the summer relief rally going into middle of August, and look, we did not hit. Let's actually look at some confluence here on the chart to see if we did hit a level. But you can see 1, we didn't hit the bull market support band. 2, we did not hit the 200-day moving average, which was all the way up at 30K at the time. We topped out at literally 25. So let's see if we can maneuver something to see where we got rejected. This is always fun. I like doing this. What if we take it from this pivot? Nope. How about up here? Nope. See? Downtrending anchored VWAP. What if we take it from the 2021 all-time high? Yeah, even higher. So, did we get even a retest of this zone? Did we? Inches away. So obviously I don't know how the liquidity looked at the time, but this is what I mean. Maybe everyone's waiting for a level that just doesn't come. Pretty tricky to find a logical thing that tells us, okay, short here. So we'll have to see how this one plays out, legends. I would like to see us tap into some key confluence zones. We've already tapped into that anchored VWAP from this pivot. And now we have to see if we get any more confluence here. And I disagree with saying that everyone is bearish because the liquidity suggests otherwise. There's actually, on the 1 week, there's more longs in the market than shorts. On the 1 month, there's more longs in the market than shorts. On the 24-hour chart, there's more longs in the market than shorts. On the 3-month, there's more longs in the market than shorts. On the 6-month, there's more shorts in the market. So, the way that these bear market relief rallies work, and I do think that what we're seeing is another bear market relief rally, is you get this choppy price action to the upside. This is the weekly chart, but if you go on the daily, you'll see what I'm talking about. You get choppy price action to the upside where it feels like, oh, it could top out, it could top out, it could top out, it could top out, it could top out. And then we come down, oh, it could top out, it could top out, it could top out. And then when it does top out, in half the time that it took to get up there, we dump and we make a new low. Look at this relief rally. That is not clean price action. That's why within the community, we took the long at $58,000. And now I can basically just sit on my hands because if this wants to push higher, it will push higher. And then I'm going to be looking to add to my existing shorts in this market. Staircase up, elevator down. I think that's what we're looking at. And I'm going to look to trade this price action within the community, guys. If I see a scalp on stream, I'll take a scalp on stream. But you guys know me, I am a swing trader. I enter my positions, I stay in my positions, I take profit in that direction, and that's that. If you want to join the community, remember you have the first link in the description down below. It's a community where you trade with your own money. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. It's not a monthly membership. You trade with your own capital. Did you trade before crypto? Actually, funny enough, no. I've always been investing in the stock market, but did I trade before crypto? No. So that was a long rant to answer your question, the God of Nam. Did SpaceX sweep the low? Eesh. Someone said they took a long at 105. This would be interesting if we swept the low here. But it's a lot more speculative trading than I am usually comfortable with. TP Mandate, you are a legend. TP Mandate, you are a legend. Can it reach 69K? What is your opinion? I think that this relief rally, if we are at the highest potential point, tops out at the 200-day moving average. If we are to make it there. This is why I always say, guys, I am positioned otherwise, meaning in the community, we've been shorting Bitcoin aggressively. You know, I'm still in my big Bitcoin short. And if, for whatever reason, Bitcoin does not make it all the way up there and I can't add to my position, then I will simply still make profits on the way down. But the extent of the relief rally, the highest point in my opinion, just my opinion, guys, would be at the 200-day moving average, which is just above $70,000. I would love for Bitcoin to enter this confluence zone between 67 up to 70. So if you're asking me, is it possible that 69K is hit? Yes, but based on seasonality and based on what we've seen in previous bear markets, time is running out. It would be abnormal for us to continue pumping into the end of August. And look, I'm one that's, you know, I like to be open to all possibilities in the market, guys. We have to remain open-minded as traders. But how many times have you been burned in the bear market thinking that this time is different? This time has not been different. Zoom out. Every relief rally. And I think eventually the trend will change, but not quite yet. Hey, hello, Olivier. Hi, Matsuri. Can you talk about the silver chart, please? Yeah, we got silver on Bluffin as well. I mean, still pretty much downtrending, right? I think silver's performance is largely going to rely on what happens with gold. And gold has been on a heater lately. Check it out. What a move. Beautiful. Beautiful. MU back to 900. Someone asked about this. Still kind of looks like this is starting to look a little bit more constructive, right? But the trend is still down. Sailors selling Bitcoin. Guys, it's always narratives. Everyone's always looking for a narrative. Eduardo, the price action comes first. So saying, for example, sailors selling Bitcoin at 62K, cold wallets being hacked, and the price is not going much down. What could be a trigger for the final capitulation? I think that the final capitulation will occur just because time-based capitulation. I don't think that there needs to be a trigger. What happens is the price goes down, and then we have these narratives that people like to associate as to why the price went down. But in reality, price just was always going to go down. Matsir, do you share possible trades before you open, like on other friendly communities? Yes, yeah, I do. I share that in my community as well. Jessica, remember when we went to 82K and then everyone was speculating that we were going to go to 90K, but then we dumped. So I think in my humble opinion, we may dump and probably not go above 67K. It's totally possible, guys. It is totally possible. We went to 82,000 and we shorted at $81,500 within the community. So that's valid. I know a lot of people were bullish when Bitcoin was above 80K, but we were looking for a new short. So here we are. Here we are. For the narrative, maybe the Clarity Act not passing, but I think that ultimately that's already priced in. Yaj Shah is in the house. You haven't tuned in recently. Nice to see you. Hey, Legend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. For sure, they will pump it to 66.8K, then dump. Let's see. When are you planning for shorts? To be clear, I'm planning to add to my shorts. So I would like to see us push above the highs. Otherwise, I'm going to hold my shorts, which are still up multiple six figures. All these shorts, Legends, all my long shorts, my schlongs, as I like to say, are shared within my community. I would like to see a test above the anchored VWAP, the downtrending anchored VWAP, that is. Let's go, pump it, pump it. I genuinely want Bitcoin to go higher. Like if I could have my say, I would love this to go higher because I'm also in a long from the lows where I'm looking to take some more profits. Took a nice gold trade. Absolute legend. Did SpaceX pop up again? Woo! It did. Very nice. I wanted to see a sweep of the lows, but we didn't get it. Interesting. Legends, one of you guys asked me how long do you get access to these tools on MindPillar if you're trading with me? And the answer is so long as you're actively trading indefinitely. So if you're someone that trades the crypto market and has been trading the crypto market for years and you're looking for reliable tools to help you level up your trading and your overall investments in crypto, look no further. All you have to do, pick one of these exchanges down below, sign up, make it your go-to exchange. I recommend Bluffin. Some people use Kraken. And you'll get access to these tools that I use on a daily basis. So right now we're getting, oops, shoot. We're getting a little bit of a bounce from the previous day point of control here. And we tapped into the previous day value area low almost perfectly, guys. Look at that. This was already marked out for you on the tool. Pretty epic. DeFi Crypto Bros. Yo, I've been away for about a week on travel. Glad to be back home. Any pressing updates or are we still on course? We are still on course. Who's in the chat thinks we will hit 67K? Well, it's pretty interesting because a lot of people, I asked, is the summer relief rally over for Bitcoin? 56% of people say no. We have 233 votes and 44% say yes. So if that is the case, that means that most people think that 66.8K was the extent of the relief rally and that the relief rally is over. Can you do a video on how to use the footprint? Maybe the whole MindPillar platform in that case. Yes, I can definitely do that. And I plan on doing it. I've just been busy, but that is part of the plan. I think it gets close to 6-7K before a violent dump. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Dougie says, history rhymes, doesn't repeat, and you have a bearish narrative and a bearish following. I think I have a bearish following because I've been saving people in this market. I'm not one to give myself a lot of credit, but guys, like, if you've been following the channel, I don't think that there's many people that have been shorting every single relief rally like I've been doing in this bear market. And I hope that I've not only helped you guys learn my thought process along the way, but the main thing is, I mean, I hope that you've been saved in the sense of you didn't just aggressively start buying at all these local tops or aggressively start longing for that case as we are traders. Like, it made sense to be bearish, right? And believe me, I will be bullish, and I think it'll be difficult for some of you once I turn like full bull-tard, as they call it. And it will happen because I do ultimately think that we're going to have a period of, 3 years of excellence in crypto. That's still my base case. But for now, we are at the latter stages of the bear markets. There's no sense in fighting it, in my opinion. A lot of people wanted to fight it. A lot of people, every single relief rally, oh, we're back, we're back, we're back, we're back. And we're not. We weren't. Right? So, yeah. Silver Moonshot says, I think we will get to 72,000 levels. Sorry, you guys, but we will get there before a big drop. Dougie, yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I'm saying that's why the poll is skewed. You have saved me. I would have round tripped 3 bull markets. Much appreciated. Only 2 now and made money on the way down. Absolutely lovely, man. And you know what? The fact that a lot of people are like, we're even, and a lot of people are open to lower for Bitcoin within the chat. I think we've built a great community altogether, guys. Like an absolutely great community, because it's not just, look, a prime example is a couple months ago, we had the Bluffin trading competition. These trading competitions distribute rewards based on 2 things: overall team volume and overall team profitability. There was over 3,000 teams that signed up for the competition, and it is very, very rare for the team that wins for volume and the team that wins for and the team the team that wins for volume has good profitability. Usually what happens is a team that does a lot of volume will be like ranked 1,000 in terms of profitability, or 200 or something like that. Low. We were ranked, I believe, close to the top 10 teams out of thousands for profitability, and we were ranked number 1 for volume. So it shows you that we have some smart guys within the community. You guys are absolute legends, and I'm very, very happy that I can share my experiences trading the crypto market with you and hopefully guide you guys along the way. It's satisfying. It's satisfying when I can feel like I'm providing you value within the community with my trades and with the live streams and the overall content that I'm putting out. And it makes me want to go even harder in the bull market. Lately, haven't been doing a ridiculous amount of live streams like I was doing maybe a month ago, but it's because I need to keep the energy there, because otherwise the bull market will come and I will be burnt out. So for now, I enjoy my shorts, I enjoy my long from the low, and I look for high probable setups. CBM has helped me tune out the noise with his experience. Kali compiler, love it, man. Absolutely love it. What would be a perfect short over the next few days look like for you? What would price action have to do to paint a perfect picture short? Okay. If you're saying absolutely perfect, minimum we have to get above $67,000. A perfect picture short would be that a bunch of longs start jumping into the market and we keep on building downside liquidity here, which we have been doing. We keep on building a lot of liquidity and price continues to consolidate. And then we get tons of shorts jumping in, and the shorts all have their liquidation prices between the bull market support band and the 200-day moving average. And then we just violently move to the upside and we get rejected right here by mid-August. And then we just dump. Adding to my shorts right here would be like the best case scenario for me. That would be perfect. You have a push up, people jump into longs, people get excited, then shorts come in because they're like, no, it's impossible, we can't go higher when Bitcoin's at 67K. Then we squeeze up a little bit higher to even just above 70K, and then boom. That would be perfect. But let's see. Let's see. As per your time analysis, when is the bear market expected to end? Guys, I'm gonna wait to see if price hits attractive levels, and that's when I pivot. All roads suggest somewhere between September to December. I know it's a wide gap, but don't wait for the perfect price, and don't wait for the perfect month, the perfect week, the perfect day. It's all about getting the exposure that you're looking for gradually. Is there a tutorial or guide on how to use MindPillar? I will produce one of those for you guys. I don't have one yet. Pump it. What's your outlook on hype today? Hype will do largely what Bitcoin does. That's my outlook. Let's take a look at hype. from a liquidity perspective. We got some longs that jumped in recently, but a lot of shorts on the 30-day. I'm at peak frustration. I'm at peak frustration with price action, not loss. Yeah, but that's the thing. Sometimes there's periods in the market where you trade more. Sometimes there's periods in the market where you trade less. Remember, capital preservation is very, very important. Why does it look like the bull market support band is lagging behind the daily candles in your chart? That's just how it is, honestly. It is slightly lagging, but I mean, you get the gist of it, guys. These aren't like, the bull market support band is not like a perfect tap and go kind of trigger. It's an estimate with exponential and simple moving averages. $61K first, then $68K possible. That would be devastating. That would be devastating, but it is possible, my man. Dominic, it is totally possible. And the reason I say this is because if you guys tuned into the beginning of the live stream, we talked about the fact that, honestly, I would consider adding to my long from the lows if Bitcoin taps into the value area low of this range. There is so much confluence here. One, we have tons of liquidity to be grabbed from the long side of things right here. Two, we have the value area low, which tends to provide support when we tap into it, at least the first time around before breaking down afterwards. And three, if we take a fib from the low to the local high so far, it actually is the golden pockets. So this zone here, if Bitcoin made it there, becomes interesting for at least a bounce. So it is possible, to answer your question. So Nightbot, delete my comment. No, Toto Africa. I use 2bit, right? It's not where I have the most amount of capital. My go-to exchange is Bluffin. I have not had any issues with 2bit, and the reason the bot blocked you or blocked your question, if you say the word scam and stuff like that, like Rick Ty said, it removes it because we had a lot of spammers one day, which was just insane. And they were promoting scams and saying things like that. So I had to add some keywords to my bot to remove it. Also, if you type in all caps, my bot removes you as well. Chad Freeman, on a higher time frame, it's totally valid. Like, if you're looking to build out a swing position from around that zone, but it's not like the perfect, how do I say this? On the higher time frame, a wick is fine, taps into it, that could be an entry. But if you're looking for like the exact precise dollar amount, I don't really use it that much. But it depends. Swing trading, sometimes it's just like good enough, right? Good enough to get close. You need to be a lot more precise with the scalps. Legends, if you want to join the community where I took all of my trades and where I plan to take my next big trades in this market, and you're interested in being a swing trader, as I am, you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group, where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. And if you haven't already, let's destroy that like button, guys. 162 likes. We've been at it for just over 2 hours. I think we can get this up to 300 likes. Let's do it. Pump it, Bitcoin. What if I say you are the best in all caps? Does it remove me? Luke Draco, it will. It doesn't matter what you say in all caps, it will remove you. Even if you offer me $1 gazillion, it will remove you. Pump it. Pump it. Let's go. How many thousands of dollars you allow the price to move before your stop loss? I mean, that's so... It depends on what your profit target is, guys. That question doesn't make any sense. It depends how much you're risking, right? If you'd like to rephrase, I don't mind answering. I usually risk 1 to 5% of my trading portfolio on swing trades. So what this means is, if price drops to a point where I would lose 1 to 5% of my trading portfolio, then I'm out of the trade. Beautiful. Pump it. Pump it, legends. How is... Stretch is continuously going up. Buyback zone. They have not been accumulating Bitcoin for a while. Maybe them buying back some more Bitcoin is what pushes us a little bit higher. Sailor is still down on his Bitcoin investment. Average cost 75K. I don't think that we hit that on the relief rally, by the way. But he will survive. He will survive. I've publicly talked about how I'm not a fan of what Sailor is doing, but he's going to be fine, guys, in my opinion. We pumping. Pumping. Matt, do you still have spot bag from the last cycle lows? Yes. Yes, I do. In case you guys are new to the channel, we accumulated Bitcoin sub 30K. Between 16K up to 30K was my accumulation zone. in the last bear market. Let's see if we can hit 65K. How do you decide how much leverage you use on each trade? That's totally up to you because leverage is irrelevant. It's about the trading capital that you're risking, the proportion of your trading portfolio. That's all that matters. So for example, if you have a $100,000, if you have a $1 million trading portfolio and you risk 1%, you are risking $10,000. Meaning that if the trade doesn't work out, you lose $10,000, right? Now, how big your position is, using that amount of risk is totally up to you. So you can amplify it with the leverage, obviously, but then you have to have a tighter invalidation. Pump it. In terms of percentages, how much have you multiplied your money this year as a swing occasional scalp trader? A lot. Like this year, in terms of from my total trading portfolio across multiple exchanges, and keep in mind, guys, I am someone that is very patient and I use significant capital to enter my trades. Like I don't mess around. Bro, could we go in for a short? Bro, stop spamming. Lighter token is useful for agentic trading, super useful. My AI literally has a wallet now trading for me. That's awesome. Probably up under 50% this year, total, which is, people want the 1000% gains, but I'm up like 30 to 50%, probably like 35% on my total trading portfolio. And you guys see how much capital I'm trading with. So it's been a very, very good year. Very, very good year trading this markets. I know a lot of people have struggled in the bear market, but genuinely, the easiest strategy was to just short relief rallies on Bitcoin, being patient and entering shorts. If you ask me, what was the best strategy? What was the best strategy this year? If you can only go short or long, the best strategy was waiting for relief rallies and then shorting them and making money on the way down and then adding to the shorts when you come back up on the next relief rally. That's basically the gist of what I've been doing this year. And I have to say it's been a lot more stress-free trading this year. I'm typically managing more positions in a bull market. So taking the dog to the vet. Have a good day, legends, and thanks for the live stream, CBM. Love your insights. 28 World, my man, thank you for tuning in. I hope everything is well with you, and I hope everything is well with your dog. So imagine if you want to catch a long at 59K, what leverage and where the stop loss? Well, the issue with that is if I wanted to catch a long at 59K, I already have a long at 58K. So I would probably add to my existing position there. That's what I would personally do. Because I've already taken 60K profit from my long, and I'd look to consider adding to that position. The VWAP from here, you're saying, right? That is interesting. So now we're trying to hold above the VWAP again. This is another VWAP from a potential local high. So yes, you are correct in saying that. But the initial sign of strength came from after getting rejected at the point of control, we retested the VWAP from literally the low so far of the bear market. And when you see this kind of retest, it's a great opportunity to take at least a small long. And from there we pumped up $1,000, but for you scalpers out there, it was a pretty easy trade to take. Williams World, has ETH bottomed or is it going down with Bitcoin? The down percentage for ETH is way bigger. If Bitcoin dumps, I think everything will go down, guys. Yo, sorry I didn't come. Yearly job is a mess before vacations. No stress, my man. No stress. CBM, do you have a dog? If not, why not? Maybe a co-pilot for the streams. I absolutely love dogs. Actually, when I was growing up, I had a dog and a cat, right? I had a dog and a cat. They got along really well. It was an awesome relationship. However, as you guys probably know, if you've been following the content, I travel a lot. Like I go to Dubai, back to Canada, back to Europe. That's been my summer. So I've just been traveling a lot, and I don't think it's fair to travel with an animal. So until I know that I'm going to stay somewhere for an extended period of time and not travel as much, I probably won't get a pet. But I love pets. This is a good question. Arnaduce, 8094. What if price pumps on Bitcoin and you lose all the profits of your short? My friend, that is impossible. You want to know why? Because I am not someone that just enters a short and doesn't take profits. On my Bitcoin short, I have made $450,000. On this Bitcoin short, I also have unrealized profits of 153K. So the worst that can happen from this trade is that I lose out on 153K. Now, would I be annoyed? Would I be frustrated if I lost out on that? Yes, of course. However, the average entry on this short, first we started shorting just below $100,000 on this position at least. I entered from higher in the bear market as well, but I took profits on the way down, added on the relief rally, and then took more profits on the way down. I plan to do this one more time. I don't think that Bitcoin makes it to my average price. And in the meantime, if Bitcoin wants to pump higher, well, no worries, because I have a long from the lows at $58,000. All of these trades were shared within my community, and that's the beautiful thing about hedging in this market. Do I think Bitcoin will ultimately go lower and form a more significant bear market bottom? Based on all the data that I have available, the answer is yes. But if I am wrong, this short gets stopped out at break even and I make money with my long all the way up. But I've also taken profits from my long. It's not my base case. I still think that we can continue to pump and then drop, but this allows you to operate in the market stress-free. That's why you guys always say I'm stress-free, because of the positions that I've taken. I am still net short, but I've taken advantage of both sides of the market. Holding swings costs more funding fees. Yeah, of course. Of course it costs a little bit more. I've been holding a lot of these positions for a while, of course. Like I've paid my fair share of fees. I have a girlfriend and that's already work enough. Having a dog changed my life, especially after the military. Yeah, agreed, man. Agreed. Having a dog is just awesome. No, it's okay. I enjoy the random questions. Hello, legends. I am back after a rough college week. Trula is back, my man. Could you explain if you were to add more position on your short, how would the stop loss be calculated? I mean, I have to keep it real with you. Oftentimes, if I add to my shorts, I would probably play with the profits. So what this means is my stop loss would be calculated based on my realized P&L. So if I'm willing to add to, sorry, not this one. I would definitely not play with 450K. I don't want to lose any of that. But I would have to see when the price action gets there to actually be able to calculate it properly. For this one, see this Bitcoin short? I've made 30K on this one, which is significantly less than my other big Bitcoin short. This one, my stop loss would be calculated in a way where I could, based on the average entry price that I get, I stand to lose 30K, which basically just means I'd be playing with the profits. If you know altcoins will significantly go down against Bitcoin, then why not short ETH or SOL instead of Bitcoin for higher gains, especially for what could be a huge third leg down possibly? I will look to actually short across the board. The reason I typically stick with Bitcoin is because it provides more reliable price action. We've had periods in the market where Bitcoin is dumping and sometimes alts hold up a little bit better. And so for the most part, all altcoins go down if Bitcoin goes down. But sometimes that's not the case. And Bitcoin is the most reliable asset to trade with the most amount of liquidity. So while I do trade both, my bigger positions are often in Bitcoin. You could also trade Bitcoin dominance on Bluffin. That's true. On Bluffin, guys, I traded this before, but it's pretty cool. You can literally trade Bitcoin dominance. There's not many exchanges that have this option. Pretty damn cool. We have been watching you for only 2 weeks. You are spending almost 6 to 7 hours for people. It's really impressive. Thank you for your support and knowledge. Greetings from Turkey. Thanks a lot. My pleasure. I'm glad I'm providing you valuable content, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the streams and the videos. That's what we're doing this for. Awesome. The music is a little bit better. Hi, Matt. How are you doing? Roth Trader, it's been a while, my man. It's been a while. Do you use the same leverage on alts as Bitcoin since they could move more or less than Bitcoin? I'm going to be honest, guys. You've heard me say so many times that leverage is irrelevant. If anything, I would probably use less. I miss the days where you talked about Bitcoin dominance in every video last summer. I mean, if you guys want me to talk about Bitcoin dominance again, we can do it. But we've been more talking about stablecoin dominance recently because this looks very, very bullish, which is not good for crypto. This looks very, very bullish. So even if this is to come back down on Bitcoin's potential continued relief rally, I would suspect that we get a bounce from around this zone back above the highs. And let's take a look at Bitcoin dominance. Why don't we? Why don't we look at Bitcoin dominance? So this is Bitcoin dominance, guys. This is the chart that we've talked about for years, and every single dump on Bitcoin dominance, everyone got bullish on alts. At least it felt like it. And right now we are still on a monthly time frame crawling higher. Like, Lionel for King, trading with considerable capital and limited on time as I have a business. You're one of the only people online who fit my trading style. Appreciate your input. Greetings from Switzerland. My man, I hope you're in the community, right? Are you in the community, Lionel? You must be. Awesome. Yeah. And this is a thing, I'm struggling a little bit because I know that a lot of people online like the scalping, they like the degen version of trading where you're always on the charts, but how many times have you heard me say over the course of the summer, legends, trading will not impact how I live my life. I will make money on big swings and I will be comfy in my positions. If you're just getting into trading, then of course, scalping and day trading, like these kinds of things are helpful because you get to learn the ropes and you really get that time under tension. But if you're trading with a considerable amount of capital, which we have a lot of community members that are now trading with multiple 6 figures, 7 figures. I think we even have one in there that's trading with 8 figures. Swing trading is the way to go. You enter your position. If you're invalidated, you're invalidated. But most of the time you hold the trade for an extended period of time after taking some profits from that trade. And you can just live your life. You can work on your business. You can spend time with friends and family. You can, So, yeah. Lionel for King, I am. How can I get access to more personalized input portfolio strategy? Do I DM you on Telegram? So Lionel for King, it really depends. It really depends. So we have some members in the group, like the ones in the group that are trading with multiple 6 figures, 7 figures, I add them into my priority folder on Telegram, but you have to be trading with one of my referrals, like down below, any of these links down below. So if you're already trading on one of these, and that's how you join the community, then I add you to a priority folder, which effectively lets me give you more insights. If you ask me questions and things like that, I can answer. Obviously, I can't give you direct financial advice because you guys know I am not a financial advisor. But in terms of who I actually answer to personally on Telegram, I have a priority folder for people that are trading with a little bit more capital. And sometimes I get hate for saying this, but it's measured by impact, right? If I get a ton of people that are, say, smaller fish, smaller traders, and I go through my DMs and I don't answer them, and there are questions about a particular thing on the chart, or if price reacts to a certain level, and I see that it's a common question, in my community, I will basically go and answer that question for everyone to get the knowledge, because it's helpful to many people at once. So that's how I've been structuring it. Huge resistance is at 65K. Closing above means we're fucked, and Bitcoin is going up. Trula, what do you mean we're fucked? We're in a long. Yes, I agree. Freedom means not trying to be a degen and being glued to the charts every single day to scalp. I also prefer to swing trade. Completely agree. Look, if you're trading with significant capital, I'm telling you right now, swing trading is the way to go. Can you explain your TP strategy for swing trades? Specifically, how many take profit levels do you use roughly, and what percentage do you scale out at each? A recent trade example would help. So normally I'll have between 3 to 5 take profit zones, because I target pretty significant levels, like pretty significant moves in the market. At the first one, I'll take a nice chunk, like 20%, and then I try to gradually take more and more as we head into the direction of the trade. But after I take the 20%, it's already a pretty significant move, meaning that I usually will adjust my stop loss after that. Me, no money, need to scratch short time frames, unfortunately. Rick Ty, and that's totally fine, guys. There's nothing wrong with scalping. Just because I am a swing trader, it doesn't mean you need to be a swing trader. But if you are trading with good capital, like a good amount of capital, swing trading is your best bet, in my opinion. So Matsir, when the bull market starts and we go through a pullback phase during the bull market, will you also hedge and take some shorts too? Yeah, probably. But in a bull market, the shorts that I take will be with way less capital than the longs that I take on the pullbacks. And in the bear markets, as I've said multiple times, guys, I am net short. So the shorts that I take are with way more capital than the longs that I take. Corwin is back in the house. Purchase Media, pump it. Sup, Matt? Good to see you doing the lives. Latino Hustler. Nice. Bitcoin is pumping. What do you think of those hyperliquid whales losing $100 million trades? What strategy they use? If you remember James Wynn lately, the one who longed at 70K, Garrett Jin losing 250 mil. Oh, we're pumping, guys. We are pumping. We are pumping. We're going to sweep these highs, aren't we? Imagine we reject right before. No way. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. I think Bitcoin wants to go. Let's make our way to the value area high. But sorry, to answer your question, guys, the hyperliquid whales losing $100 million are gambling. There's no other way to say it. There's no other way to say it. On Bluffin, if I don't do KYC, they won't allow me to withdraw. Will they allow? If I don't do KYC, they won't allow me to withdraw? No, that's not true. That is not true at all, guys. That's not true at all. CBM Dustin, my man, with the CBM in his name. What a legend. On Bluffin, you don't have to do KYC. But if you are a relatively big trader and you like to deposit and withdraw more than, say, $20,000 at a time, then I would recommend you do it. Because I think that if you're not KYCing, you can only withdraw a max of 20K every 24 hours. If you are someone with a lot of capital, probably makes sense to do it, or you just do it in daily doses. Yeah. MEXC is the issue. Yeah, Danny Tanner, I completely agree. I've heard some pretty sketchy things about them. But I trade on Bluffin, guys. Bluffin is my go-to. Yeah, you can withdraw. Of course you can. It's just a max of 20K per day. Pump it. Legends, if you want to join the community and see how I've been swing trading this market and taking advantage of all the moves to the downside in the bear market where I look to go short next, remember you have the first link in the description down below. It's a community where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. So if you DM me that keyword BTC, Bitcoin's ticker, on Telegram after clicking this link, you'll get access to my community. We also have great bonuses across the exchanges, and the only requirement to join is that you trade on these exchanges. Plus, if you do, let's say you choose Bluffin as your go-to exchange, you get access to these Mind Pillar tools, which I use from an investment standpoint in the crypto market and also from a lower time frame trading standpoint. You get the premium version of these tools that we're building out for all traders. In my opinion, it's a no-brainer because Bluffin is already a great exchange. Kraken is a good exchange. We have BTCC, we have Weeks, we have tons of options down below, and you get access to these tools just for you to trade the market like you would already be doing. Wow. If we front run the level, it would be so silly. Were you an ICT student before? No. When would you be looking for another short? I would like to go above the previous high. Check the heat maps now. We should hit 55.2K. In my opinion, Benjamin, we will hit 55.2K, but we can continue higher first. I think I might change my name to Phil McCracken. No SFP shorts in the view. Legends, if you're asking about an SFP short, it would be right here, guys. Look at this. But we didn't sweep the level. You're taking the piss. And this is the thing, it feels like in bear markets, we're not quite sweeping the levels. I'd like to sweep 64.9 for a scalp. But this looks okay. Honestly, I like the way this is looking. If we can continue like this, guys, this is the choppy price action that we were discussing where Bitcoin can actually get that move to the upside. Genuinely, I like what I'm seeing here. We're going to chop out both sides of the market. Matt, I asked before. Corwin, the answer is yes, my man, but please don't expect it in the next few days because we've had a lot of people ask about these tutorials. I will film them, but I need time. I need time, and I am a busy man. I have a lot of personal things in my life. LMAO, I've never seen you make a trade. You're always chilling in your positions. Chef Money, I think we've taken 6 scalps on the stream so far. We have not lost a single one, but I mean, look at that price action. What are you meant to do? Benjamin. Yeah, but I do also think we'll probably go to the other target that you said. And me always chilling in my positions, that's life as a swing trader, my man. Technical suggests that the bear market will come in October and everyone knows it. Do you still think October will be the bottom? I think we could maybe be in for a surprise. Doesn't have to be in October. My time frame is much like my swing trading, somewhere between September and December. But we have to see what the price does, right? Like if price, let's just say for argument's sake, price nukes now down to below 50K. I would be more inclined to call for an earlier bear market bottom. We don't have to have a hypothetical date, but it does help to give us guidelines that we know that usually the low occurs later in the bear market years, right? They're all estimates. But I also think that a lot of people are bullish here. Someone said today, like, oh, everyone's bearish. I think it's a mix. Because if you go on the liquidity chart here on MindPillar, you can see that we have this downside liquidity. You can see that we have this downside liquidity on the 1 week, on the 1 month, on the 3 month. And we do have a lot of shorts jumping in. I would like to see more shorts jump in. But if the longs get extremely aggressive, then maybe we just flush it and we don't give anyone a chance. What's the fear and greed? Fear and greed. Pretty dead. But remember, legends, in bear markets, fear and greed index can stay in fear zone for an extended period of time. In bull markets, we can stay in greed for an extended period of time. I do not use this for trading. Either way, I'm looking for a new trade in the community. 4-hour candle closes in 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Why trust a small sample of sentiment you see on X, but not the fear and greed index sentiment? Guys, I look at the charts. I don't trust. Sentiment is like a tiny, tiny portion of my trading, guys. It's not like honestly, I hardly look at the fear and greed index. These indicators are largely overhyped. Box Fabio says, this year if I make 100K, I will be okay for the rest of my life. After that, I am losing all greed. That sounds like something a greedy person would say, my man. What price will make you flip your bias, Mr. Kaloy? We discussed this already. Legends, the price that I am looking at for me to say, okay guys, I am no longer bearish over an extended period of time and I'm ready for what's to come higher, would be multiple, I'm just going to say it right now, multiple weekly closes above the 200-day moving average, which is currently downtrending. Right now it's at $70,500. I have been bearish for a year and it has made me tons of money. Excuse me if I sound aggressive, but I feel as if people are always hoping for the bottom to be in. And one of these times the bottom will be in. But guys, if you've been shorting this price action in the past year, you have made tons of money doing so. If you're in the community, you saw how I was doing it publicly. So the structure is still the same. The structure is still the same on the higher time frames. I'm opening my mind up if we can hold with multiple weekly closes above $70,500. It's only $5,000 away. So let's see. But keep in mind, guys, if Bitcoin goes up here, this is like my high confluence zone where I will add to an existing short. So that's usually how it happens. The invalidation of the thesis is right at the point where you get the best entry for your current thesis. Funny how things work. So I hope that answered your question, Mr. Kaloy. Keep your eyes out on the 200-day moving average. Who is tired of being bearish with me? Or are you guys have you guys enjoyed being bearish for a year? Greed is when you don't have nothing. I have a full paid house, car, bike. I don't need anything, just saying. Awesome, man. That is awesome. Congrats to you, man. Can you explain how squeezes happen and how they relate to funding rates? I know lots of people frequently talk about funding rates. Guys, for the most part, funding rates are irrelevant. Unless you see a ridiculously high funding rate, if it's 0.0 something or negative 0.001, it's just, I don't use it for my analysis, guys. I don't use it for my analysis. People like to look at these metrics that are hyped up by social media influencers, and funding rates are, like, if you're trading based on funding rates, liquidity, now that's different. Mr. Kaloy says, been in the group, man, your Bitcoin position is a 100% win rate. Shit, man, is that true? I know I'm not a 100% win rate because I literally took a couple losses a few weeks ago or a week or two ago. But for Bitcoin positions only, yeah, Bitcoin is the most reliable to trade. So it makes sense, right? It makes sense. But awesome, man. Mr. Kaloy is in my group, and supposedly my Bitcoin win rate is 100%. I think it's probably closer to like 80, but we've been pretty spot on with Bitcoin, at least from a swing trading perspective, guys. If you want to join the group and see what it's all about, how I've been trading the markets, remember you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Win or lose, literally every single trade that I take in this market is shared with my community. But fair warning, I am not someone that takes 15 trades a week. I am a swing trader. Bearish, bullish, don't care. Just want to make money from the market. Awesome. D Sneaker Tech asks me, when the bull market is back, what do you think your longest live stream will be? Legends, when we actually have fun price action, when the bull market is back, I would not be shocked if one day I do an absolutely ridiculous live stream. Like maybe I do a Thursday to Friday 24-hour live stream. I would love to try that out. Yes, you heard that right. So let's see. No promises. So far my longest live stream is just under 8 hours or just under 9 hours. But anyways. We'll do it. I think Bitcoin wants to squeeze higher. Could you imagine the comments I get if I do a 24-hour live stream? You guys already see some of them where it's like someone will say something along the lines of, I watch your 10-minute updates and this is good for me. I'm never going to watch a 5-hour video. But you have to understand that most people watch the live stream for 20 to 30 minutes tops. And then different people tune in, right? So imagine the comments with a 24-hour live stream. They'll say, that's crazy. Are you kidding me? You're wasting my time. But it's a fun element as well. I like challenges. Toby's Edge says people are looking for short, hoping for short squeeze. Yeah, I would like to see a short squeeze as well. Legends, I talked about this, but we took a short within the community at the perfect top so far, $66,800. I've secured $15,000 on this trade. It was a smaller position, and I'm currently sitting $6,000 in unrealized P&L. My stop loss is at break even, so I would actually, and $66,800 was right here, guys, right at the line on the chart that I have highlighted. Perfectly at the downtrending anchored VWAP from the previous pivot. This was a great short, but I would love to get stopped out for the rest of my position because then I can look for new shorting opportunities from a swing trading perspective. I've been watching you exactly for 1.5 hours. Julian Gonzalez, awesome, man. Love it. I'm watching Devolt's streams from start to the end. Love his TA and education. Awesome. I watch you all day. My man. I know some of you just put me in your pocket and you listen to me while you're working or driving or at the gym even. But let's see. Let's see. I'm glad that you guys find value out of it. You will know the bull market is back when CBM's head is shaved before he plugs into the profit matrix. True. Come on, Bitcoin. Let's push higher. I'm driving now. Nice. That's what we do. Never missed a live stream. Awesome. Darren Mitchell, I watch and listen all day, even when I'm on the PS5. Legend. Will there be a time when you're completely out of positions in crypto? TP mandate. Probably not. If you're talking about active trades, yes. But like I'm always going to hold some crypto. Always. Come on, Bitcoin. I'm watching your streams too. It's chill vibes. Nice. Will Ethereum perform better in the upcoming bull market? I actually think there's a chance. Matt, can we push up until 65.6 to sweep the week? Sweep the week. What do you mean? Sweep the week. This one up here? I would say that you would have your eyes on this up here. 65.7. ADA is pumping. I'm in some shorts from the middle of July. My liquidation was 100K. I was looking for some kind of a decent sell-off here, but I don't know that we're gonna get that and then grab some longs. Thanks, bro, for all the update. I do find great value in your videos. It gives me good insight what's happening in the chart and the market. Thanks for your update. My man. The first Bitcoin transaction occurred on the 12th of January 2009. Satoshi had sent 10 Bitcoins to Hal Finney, and here we are. Imagine. Now we're just degens looking at a chart and trying to make money in either direction of the markets. Hey bro, can I send 1K worth of ETH to Bluffin with your link to join? If you mean signing up down below on Bluffin with my link, depositing 1,000 worth of ETH, and then you're planning to use that to trade, the answer is yes. But you're not sending me money. It's your own money that you use to trade. If you plan on depositing 1K worth of ETH and then you just trade elsewhere, then unfortunately you end up getting kicked out of my group. If you don't plan to trade on the platforms, honestly, don't even bother. But if you're gonna use it, absolutely, man. Do you plan to add more to your Tau short or just wait for your final TP? I probably won't add more. We're $10 away from the final TP on my Tau short. Do you have take profits set for your swing shorts? Yeah, I've taken tons of profits from my swing shorts, guys. Tons of profits. And yes, all my profit target zones are shared within the community. What do we think, guys? Today at the beginning of the stream, we did a poll asking if we hit 65 or 64K first. And you know what's funny? I closed the poll because I said, we hit 64K, but we didn't really. We hit 64.1K and we didn't really hit 65K either. So we're in this $1,000 range, $40 short, but this looks like we could push up. Aditya asks, what do you think could trigger the final capitulation crash? A few days ago, the sailor news was negative, but the market reacted in the opposite way. I don't think that the news matters that much, guys. You know my thoughts by now, especially if you've been watching me for months. I genuinely don't think that the news impacts the charts as much as people try to make it seem. Will you keep us updated in the group on the setups you're getting ready to enter? Absolutely, Lymph Pro. Absolutely. That's what my group is all about. Legends, if I don't send an update in my group, it's because nothing has changed as far as my trades or how things are going from the market's perspective. Like if we're just chopping around, I'm personally not someone that takes those trades. If you're a scalper, then don't wait for me to say something to be able to enter positions if that's what you want to do. But in general, this kind of environment is very good for chopping traders out. It's not optimal for big swing trades yet. I take my big swing trades at the lows, which you can see here down below. $58,000 is where we entered the Bitcoin long within the community. Then I entered a short at a key confluence point, 81.5K, and this one here at around 79K, plus my Tau short. Then the most recent short that I took on Bitcoin in the community was at $66,800, and it's pretty simple. It's because we tapped into the downtrending anchored VWAP, right? Right there. And that ended up being the Pico top. I'm pretty selective about when I enter trades, but any updates anything that I do with my positions are shared within the community all the time. And in fact, a lot of these longs that I take, like I took this long and I posted it in the community and I was on vacation. I didn't post on YouTube that day. So am I right in thinking you don't have any setups on your radar at the moment? Not really. Because if you watch some of the updates in the community, I talked about how I'm waiting for Bitcoin to sweep up higher levels for me to consider adding to my existing shorts. So that's not totally accurate. Do. Come on, Bitcoin, do something. You know that meme where it's like the stick? You're just poking it? Come on, do something. Do something. Is gold about to round trip? What do you think? I don't know. So nice how you can trade basically anything on Bluffin. How to change referral under your name. You can't. The only way you can do that is if you're on Kraken or BTCC and you have to DM me on Telegram. So these two. Otherwise, if you're on 2-Bit Weeks or Bluffin, you have to create a new account and transfer your funds over to the new account. $33 Ethereum, you're on Kraken with 60K. If you're in the group through Kraken, DM me and DM me your public UID as well as your email associated with the Mind Pillar, your Mind Pillar account. What leverage does Bluffin allow for gold and silver? I actually haven't checked that. A 100x? But you can't trade much with 100x. $100x. $33 Ethereum, it takes a long time, I'm sorry. With the whole Kraken thing, Kraken, it just takes a while because they are a new partner on the channel. And so I only added Kraken as a partner because I know that a lot of you were asking for an exchange has been around for a very, very long time. A lot of you guys were asking. So I've added it, but now it takes a while. But I don't want to blow you up on it. No, it's fine, man. It's fine. It's fine. I get a lot of DMs, guys. I can't read them all. But if you're trading with significant capital, guys, you get added to the priority folder as well. I'm going to give an update, a little bit of a longer update within my premium group now, or after the live stream. We'll probably go for a little bit longer, probably an hour or two, honestly. Maybe we do 4 or 5 hour live stream. Let's see how we're feeling today. I will, though, it's been 3 hours and 15 minutes, legends. Number one, if you could smash that like button and subscribe, that would really help out the channel. The market conditions are pretty crappy, but we're here basically every day, going over the charts, telling you what I think could be happening next. And it helps the channel grow when you support with a like and a subscription. Also, let's see if Bitcoin can break 65K. And while we wait for that, bear with me here. I'm gonna go to the washroom and I'm gonna make a coffee. You guys know what happens when I usually leave. So hopefully you don't dump it. Let's see how it plays out. I'll be back in a couple minutes. So I'll leave the charts up for you. I'll turn up the music a little bit. Little break. Washroom break. Oh, you guys dumped it. Come on. Come on. Legends. Legends. What's going on? Devastating. Absolutely devastating, legends. What did you guys say? What do you think of someone going all in on shares, buying IBIT, flipping that way? What do I think of that? I think it's silly. Going all in is always a risk, friend. Yes. Guys, why'd you guys dump it on me? What's going on? What's going on? If we just chop around like this, there is no trade to be taken, but you can rest assured that my next big trade will be shared within the community, guys. I would highly recommend you guys join the community if you haven't already. Links in the description down below. It wouldn't be a wash and break without a dump. Genuinely, I actually think like 9 times out of 10, whenever I leave, we dump at least a little bit. Rhino Bull, it's actually your fault. It's true. You guys don't know, but 100% win rate going to wash. Legends, are you enjoying this price action? This is terrible. Zia Talks says, now I get the meaning of ugly when you say it. Guys, this is it. This is ugly. This is exactly what I mean by ugly. Look at this. Look at this. Ugly relief rallies in bear markets. But we are currently still holding above the downtrending anchored VWAP, which is a good sign. We wicked below it. We held on to it. So this is still okay. But man, is it ugly. Are we going to form a lower high here is the question, or can we go ahead and sweep 65.7? Four-hour candle in 30 seconds, legends. 30 seconds. The real coincidence says, hi, legends. 4-hour candle is in for Bitcoin. And it is, again, a relatively uncertain candle. Are we surprised? Are we really that surprised? Legends, if there is no trade to be taken from me, there is no trade to be taken. I'm going to make money in this market from my swing trades, and I'm going to keep sharing swing trades when I see the opportunity to enter them. If you want to see how I've been trading this market, remember you do have the first link in the description down below. I would recommend you join the community if you haven't already. It's a community where you trade with your own money. You're not paying a monthly membership, guys. I would like to see how the next 15 minutes, next 30 minutes develop here for Bitcoin. But if ever you were looking for clarity, this is not clarity. So anyone that's baiting you into taking positions here either wants you to lose money or, I don't know, but this is not swing trading zone for me. What are you meant to do with this, legends? I will say though, the fact that we're holding above this zone here is actually decent. This is actually decent. It's consolidation, right? And we pumped above it and we wicked below, but we managed, check this out. Look at the close, right back above the level. So if you're asking me where I'm leaning, it's still potentially higher, but likely with some more chop. This is a first initial sign because we also tapped into the downtrending anchored VWAP as well. So it's okay. It's okay. Matt is just chilling in his positions. I want to be like that. Chef Money, you can be like that. Just wait for high confluence zones, enter swing trades, and then let the market do its thing. Right? That's what we do in the community. That's what we do in the community. Oof, this coffee is nice. What do I think of Apple? Do they have this one? Auto break even. Epic. Bluffin has a ton of cool features, guys. I would highly recommend you're trading on here. And by the way, if you join within my Telegram, you get 30% off your fees. It does require a little bit of trading volume, some of you were asking, but if you're a regular trader, these are numbers that are very, very easy to hit. You get 30% off your trading fees if you join me on Bluffin within my Telegram community. So that is, if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll see a list of options, select Bluffin and sign up through there, and you're good to go. Bluffin is my go-to. Yeah, I mean, this could still push up. We did have an aggressive move down, but this could still push up. Dougie, auto break even is basically wherever you entered, you click auto break even and your stop loss goes to break even. The jams though are sick AF, my man. Glad you like it. I actually do think that if we tap into 65K again, we likely break through as well. What is the line at 64,388? The line is this previous wick. So on the 4-hour time frame, I took this wick and you can see that it was acting as resistance. Then we had a big wick above, still acting as resistance, and then we had closes back above. And now we've retested this general region. A lot of people, I'm seeing the comments, guys. This is the kind of price action that we got in the last range. So, you know, bit off too much says last chance to get out before bloodshed. These are the same comments that I was getting on the last relief rally. Am I okay if Bitcoin moves lower? The answer is yes, because within the community we entered a lot of shorts. I am still net short in this market, to remind you guys. However, this kind of sentiment, this kind of liquidity where clearly more and more people are interested in jumping into shorts. If we go to the 6-month time frame, there are more shorts in the market, technically speaking, tells me that we can actually squeeze up a little bit higher. I still think that that can be possible. The last relief rally is a perfect example of what we're seeing here. Let's zoom out a little bit more and take a look at the last relief rally together. So Bitcoin had very, very choppy price action. And we chop, made it to the value area high, rejected all the way to the value area low, and then went higher. And on every single chop to the upside here, everyone was getting bearish, up until here. Then we confirmed above the value area high and we kept on chopping to the upside and we went short right here at $81,500. Again, you can see here, the receipts are here, entry price. We shared this within the community. I think that we're seeing something similar, guys, where it's not quite certain, no one really knows, but it's choppy, it's ugly, we get rejected, we come back down, perhaps we continue chopping higher. I would like to see above $67,000. That would be very nice for me to add to my shorts. And I will let you guys know as soon as I do so in the community. Someone said bearish CVD divergence. It is possible. What time frame are you referring to? On the 5 minutes, potentially, yep. On the 15 minutes, on the 15 minute, there might be some bullish CVD divergence, actually. Look at that liquidity cluster up above, guys. Look at that. Shorts jumping in. CVD making lower lows. Price potentially making a higher low. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. On the 1 hour, there is potential bearish and bullish, actually, which this one doesn't give you a great read. So let's see. And that's pretty standard with this kind of choppy price action. Guys, be careful with this wording. Impossible today for Bitcoin to go up from here. We will hit $63,900 very soon. While this is possible, impossible, saying something is impossible, is a surefire way to get wrecked if you trade with that kind of mindset. Abyss mentioned ADA. This looks a little bit more bottomy on the weekly, guys. I don't know. I'm pretty against looking for shorts against coins that have already dumped massively, you know? Like the risk to reward from here is not that great. This could easily, we probably have a lot of liquidity up here. So this could easily, if Bitcoin holds up, this is not something I'd be interested in looking at, to be honest. Head and shoulder forming on the 4 hour. I guess kind of, yeah. But usually it's cleaner than this. Matt wants to add a big load to his shorts. Chef Money, I do. I genuinely do. Whenever I go short and long, legends, in the community, you will know. You will know as soon as I decide to add to my positions. I think it's going to happen relatively soon here. Yeah, I want to add a fat load to my shorts. Oil is going up. You can trade oil on Bluffin as well. Nice. We're trying to reclaim this level. If we can manage to reclaim this, might be a good long. But you'd want to see like a couple of back tests. Otherwise, this can also just act as resistance. It really depends. I mean, we know they're inversely correlated. So if Bitcoin starts spiking from here, then oil will probably struggle. But generally speaking, legends, when I add to my Bitcoin shorts, it could be a good time to long oil again. Obviously, it depends on where we're at on the charts, but just something to consider. Come on, Bitcoin. Come on. Legends, let me know down below. I'm gonna do a new poll. There's 442 votes on this poll. Let's check the like count. We've been at it for almost 4 hours. 211 likes. Legends, I think we can get to 300. Let's push it. Let's push it. 200 likes in 4 hours. Sheesh. I can tell you guys are not liking this market, or maybe you just don't like me. Let's do a new poll. I'm curious who's watching right now. I like that. I'm a gambler. All right. Meow says gambler. Okay. There you go. We've added it as an option. I'm really curious who's watching. Sky Fox. Legend. We got a lot of gamblers jumping in. Pretty split right now. Quite a few scalper day traders are watching right now as well. I am happy that most of you are swing traders, because if you're a swing trader, you've been patient in this market. And we've been very patient to get the entries that you're seeing here. Since following you, now I am a patient swing trader and cheeky scalper like a gambler. Legend. Trying to be whatever makes me the money. Fair. I heart swing trading. Fair. Luke Draco, I was a scalper but now turned to swinger even though I have little capital. That's fair, man. That's fair. I love swing trading. Me too, man. Me too. Lifer, me too. How is your Tau trade doing? My Tau trade is doing phenomenally well. We are currently up just over $100,000 total between realized and unrealized. I think QC Porto, you've asked about my Tau trade a lot, and literally every time you ask, nothing has changed. I am an OG. I just buy the lows, dips, and just hodl. That is totally fair, Nasty Nate. Totally fair. This is the question, legends. This is the question on everyone's mind. Do we get this spike up? Do we? What you thinking about clarity? I am thinking that the odds are not good, legends. 15% chance that the Clarity Act is signed into law. Like, you know, not too long ago, in July, we made it up to 50%. So, there's a 74% chance May of this year. Wow. So, here's the thing. How many of you guys have been watching the entire live stream? I'd like to know, because I talked about where I would be happy to add to my existing swing long in this market. So, what region am I personally looking to add to my existing swing long if I get the price action that we need? I'm asking you guys. If you're in the community, you probably know. I'll give an update on that today as well. In the community after the live stream, I'll film a quick exclusive video for community members. By the way, guys, if you want to join the community, first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It is not a paid membership. It is a community where you trade with your own money on any of these exchanges down below. But I'm curious if you guys were listening or if you guys stayed the whole live stream. Where, guys, come on, 67? Where? 67. I said where I would add to my long. That's crazy. Darren Mitchell, my man. I know you tune in. Chef Money. Guys, come on. Really? Where would I consider adding to my swing long? Swing long. I'm seeing 67K. Holy smokes. Either I'm not doing a good job at explaining, or you guys aren't listening. And you know me, I am Okay, we got some 60, we got some 60K, 61Ks. Let me give you a little bit of a recap. So you guys that said 67, that's like the start of the region where I would consider adding to my swing shorts, but not swing long. As you guys know, I have a swing long that we entered in the community at $58,000. Now, I would be open to the idea of us tapping into the value area low for a reaction. Now, I don't know if the reaction would be something like this, because that would be crazy, but this is a high confluence zone where we have three main things to pay attention to. One, of course, the value area low of the range. So between 61 to 60K. Two, if we take a fib from the low here to the local high, what do you notice on the chart? Where is this circle? Right, perfectly at the golden pocket. And if we take a look at the local liquidity clusters, most of the liquidity trends towards that 60K zone. And so this would be highly interesting for me to add to my existing swing long. because I think there could still be some more chopping even if we head there. So that's where I would add to my swing long. Swing shorts, not from here for me, because I'm already in some big shorts. I would need to see a push higher for me to justify. Right now, we're in a little bit of no man's land as far as my swing shorting opportunity goes. You said above 70K. Oh my God. Here we go, guys. Cody, my man, the probabilities of us breaking above 60K were much higher when Bitcoin was over here. Because in bear markets, we rally up to either the bull market support band or the 200-day moving average. And at that time, Bitcoin was sitting, or the 200-day moving average was sitting above $74,000. But because price remains below the level, these moving averages continue to drop. So by the time that Bitcoin gets there, if we are to even get there, this moving average will probably be below 70K as everything trends down together. So this zone over here in general is good enough for me to add to my swing shorts. But I did not say we have to get above 70K. If we went up here, I would get very, very excited for a swing short. The trend is your friend, guys. The trend is your friend. And on the higher time frames, the trend is down, with bear market relief rallies along the way. Yeah, you have been more excited for even taking the local top. Yeah, I hope we take the local top, Cody. My man, I really do hope we can make it there. Whoa, that is a lot of lines. Oh, you're talking about these lines. Guys, I know I'm worried I'm becoming what I said I wouldn't be. And I always try to simplify trading for you guys on the channel. But don't be concerned about all the lines on my chart. I remember when I first got into trading several years ago, when someone would have a gazillion lines on their charts, I would be like, oh my God, what's going on? But look, if we zoom in, I can explain every single line. One, this is a pivot here. When you have a big wick to the downside, usually these lines can mark as potential local support in the markets, right? And that's actually what happened for Bitcoin here. So we held on, we pumped, and I marked this as a local pivot point in the market. And what do you notice? We've tapped into it multiple times here, and we managed to hold as support. Break below, close back above. Break below, close back above. And so that's one. The next pivot was this one. We didn't get great reactions from that zone, and actually, because of that, I can easily just delete this from the chart. The other lines, you guys know I like doing the volume profile because it gives really good confluence zones within a range. These lines, this dark blue line here that you see is the 200-week moving average, which Bitcoin tends to respect in bear markets. This light blue line is the anchored VWAP from the low so far of the bear market, 57.7. And the reason why this is important is because you can see that Bitcoin had a rally taken from this pivot into the point of control of this range, where you have the most amount of volume. We got rejected, and then we held on to the uptrending anchored VWAP. So that's very, very significant. And this was actually a good scalp long entry when we confirmed back above the uptrending anchored VWAP. And this one, well, of course, we've wicked above this level multiple times without closes. Then we finally got the close, and now we're making the case for a potential back test of this level. This is a pivot in the market. I would probably wait until we hit the value area high for any kind of scalping opportunity here, and this is another pivot. So I tend to put the lines at pivots. And obviously if I zoom out without explaining that and you just come to the live stream and you see this, it's like, bruh, what is going on? But I can assure you it is a lot simpler than it looks. Icon says, I set a limit order at 60K. Is there any chance of touching 60K within 7 days? One, I would say that there's always a chance. And two, I agree with what Cody is saying. I think setting limit orders for a long is very risky because it's not as simple as me just saying, okay, we hit the level, I click long. If we don't get a reaction at the level, guys, I'm saying it now, if we do not get a reaction at the level and we just slice through it, I'm not taking a long. We need to tap into it, slow down, and this is where I consider it. Otherwise, I'm not taking a long if we just slice through it. And actually, if, again, to remind everyone watching the channel, and you know this if you're in the community, if Bitcoin for whatever reason just absolutely capitulates from here, I will make tons of money on the way down, guys. I am in massive shorts, massive shorts. I'm looking to add to them, but I am still in massive shorts. Even though you see my long here, I am net short in this market as a swing trader because it has made sense to be net short with this kind of bear market price action that we got. And every single trade that you see is shared within my community, as always. So while I am hopeful for Bitcoin to go higher, I'm okay whatever happens. Thank you, brother. That breakdown of these indicators was really helpful. That 3 minutes, it helps a lot. Thank you, Matt. My pleasure, guys. My pleasure. Best trading education right here. Awesome. How do you draw the volume / your profile settings? So the way that I draw it is you draw the volume profile based on the range that you're in. So for example, guys, since the beginning of June, Bitcoin has been in like a $10,000 range. So, you know, you could say what you want, but we haven't really done much. And the way that I draw the volume profile is you go here, you click fixed range volume profile, and you just take it from the start of a period. You can see here, I started it at around June 1st, and then you drag it to today's price action. Now the settings themselves, my settings look like this, if you want to copy it. Value area high, value area low, point of control. I don't really use the developing point of control because, you know, once the range has been established, it stays pretty solid. But yeah, that's it. You could use any colors you want. Maybe I'll play around with the colors, but these are my settings, guys. You can pause the live stream if you'd like. But I use this for basically every single range that Bitcoin is in. And one of the reasons, some of you might be asking, okay, I'm confused. Why would you long if we break down to here? Well, first you have to see the reaction at the level. But second, the reason why I would consider it is because look at the last Bitcoin relief rally. Look at the last Bitcoin relief rally. We had a pump to the value area high. We dropped all the way to the value area low. And right here, myself included, I was thinking, okay, we're going to take the lows. And look at the reaction we got. Massive wick down, big move to the upside. And some will say, well, that doesn't give you time to enter if you got a wick down. Well, you ultimately come back down. This could have been a good entry at 65.6 before we rallied all the way up to $82,000, $83,000. So this is a bear market relief rally. And it's a perfect example of one because you rally and then you dump literally 15% before pumping higher. This is, I'm so intrigued. This is why I love trading as well. Like, this is just so interesting to me how the price action can react to these levels. It's just awesome. I genuinely love trading and love looking at the charts like this. It's just super intriguing. Can you use it for local ranges as well? You can use it for local ranges, Mudboy. However, I have had a lot more success and the reactions are much more significant the bigger the range is. And that's why ultimately I am a swing trader, guys, because the longer that price action can develop, you know, when you'll notice how different price can react on the 5-minute chart compared to the 15-minute chart, compared to the 1-hour chart, compared to the 4-hour chart, compared to the 1-day chart, 1-week chart. Now, I don't think 1-week chart is lower. I don't think the 1-week chart is low enough low enough to get decent entries on trades, although it can still form a thesis. You can still form a thesis based on the weekly chart. But the bigger the range, the more significant these levels become. The more significant the pivot of an anchored VWAP, the more significant the reaction can be. So, you know, we had this pivot that we've talked about. This is where we went short within the community more recently, $66,800, and it was the anchored VWAP taken from here, right? So now we're getting compressed between an uptrending anchored VWAP, a downtrending anchored VWAP, and this is like, you know, as price compresses, eventually what actually happens is we pop to one direction. But it can take time for it to happen. Amadali, Matsir, if you look at the weekly chart, every time we have retested the previous range, first fair value gap candle, for example, 98K tested the FVG, and then so did 82.8K. So what does this, so I'm going to ask you, Amadali, what does this mean for today's price action? What does this mean for today's price action? So where do you think we're going to retest? I don't really use fair value gaps that much, although it is something that I'm interested in implementing a little bit more because I think it adds a little bit of confluence to what I do. I'm waiting for the next big trade within the community. Bear market support band coming down. Well, of course, crypto man, the bear market support band comes down the entire bear market, or most of the bear markets. You know, most of the bear market price trades below the bull market support band, which flips into bear market support, bear market resistance band. It's bear market resistance band, actually. Pretty stable stuff. Pretty stable. We're still holding. We have a couple people think that we're just going to drop. I think we sweep the highs of 67K. Maybe we go a bit higher and then there's millions in liquidity there. It makes sense to go there. It does make sense to go there, but sometimes we just don't. But I'm going to give, right after this live stream, Legends, if you're in the community, I'm going to give you a little video update as to what I'm looking next. A bit of a summary of my plans. And I hope that you guys are inside the community. If you're not already and you're an active trader of the crypto market, I would highly recommend you join. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join my private group. Again, it's where I share all of the big swing trades that you've been seeing, how I trade this market. Everything is shared transparently in that group. Nino, yes, we talked about that liquidity zone. I do think it's going to be interesting for sure. For sure. Things are heating up, guys. I think things are going to get interesting. We have these local highs here with the value area high. So maybe we get something like this. Let's see. Let's see. Liquidity is getting built up. We're baiting the longs. We're baiting the longs. We grab that short liquidity and then finally we will... That's my base case. Thank you. Thank you for paying attention to my TA. Relief to 70K would be nice. Yeah, Shah, I completely agree, man. It would be so nice. Thank God that I found your YouTube channel. It's helping me a lot to understand more in trading. Thank you, man. Tayyib, my pleasure, man. My pleasure. I'm happy to help you out. You should make a poll to see if Bitcoin crashes on August 15th. Curious to know where you and everyone stands. I don't think it's going to be as simple as like, oh, we hit halfway through the month. It's plus or minus a few days. Maybe we even extend to the end of the month. But I do think that August can be red for Bitcoin. I do think so. I think there's going to be tons of opportunities, Legends. In the coming days and weeks, I think we will have opportunities to enter some very solid swing trades in this market. And if you want to know about the swing trades, What are your thoughts on trading CoinM? CoinM is when you're using the actual asset to accumulate more of the assets. David, I'm not that much of a fan. I like earning USDT and then buying the asset if I want more of that asset. Legends, I can feel it. There's going to be some more trades to come relatively soon. I need to give an update to my premium community right now after the live stream. So if you want to join, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. We did a good 4-hour live stream today. Tomorrow, still a bit undecided whether or not we're going to do a live stream or a video update. The summer schedule, as you know, is as followed. Live stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Friday is to be determined. So live stream or video, I will let you know within this community. Down below, I have a Telegram where basically this isn't where I share my trades, but it's where I give you guys my updates. So you can join there if you'd like to. It's called CBM Trades. Click this link. Don't fall for scams, please. Only use the links in the description down below. If you want to see my trades and all of that good stuff, you have the first link in the description down below. All the exchanges I use are down below as well. If you're already trading on Kraken or BTCC, you can get access to the community because we can transfer you under my referral. Quite easy to do, so you don't have to sign up and create new trading accounts. Otherwise, Bluffin, Weeks, 2-Bit are the options. And that's going to be a wrap for today's video, today's live stream. I think that Bitcoin can crawl on higher. I think we have a lot of short interest. The CVD is looking pretty interesting for some locked-in bullish CVD divergence. So let's see how this plays out. If you enjoyed the content, smash that like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell, and I will see you in tomorrow's update.